ask all members of the Rules Committee to please come to the chambers. Yeah. Welcome to the Nassau County Legislature. Today we have our committees. It starts off with the Rules Committee. Before we start, I'd like to ask Legislator Giuffre to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Please rise. Minority Leader Abraham.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I just wanted to take this opportunity. We've been blessed to have a well-qualified group of interns join us this summer, and you probably could tell they are actually adding to the attendance of our meetings. If you guys would stand up, they make up a good makeup of the first and the second row, and even in the back of the rows. We are the largest employer of interns, probably in Nassau County. But thank you guys again. Appreciate that. But I just wanted to recognize them, Presiding Officer. Thank you for giving me the opportunity.
All right, thank you. Mr. Clerk, Mike, can you call the roll, please?
Thank you. Deborah Muley, Legislator Josh Lafazan, Legislator Arnold Drucker. He will not be here today?
Yeah.
No, this is just the Rules Committee.
Yeah, I was going to make an announcement, Mike, later on, but Legislator Drucker will not be joining us today. I didn't know he was going to come up in finance.
You want the Rules Committee?
Rules, yes.
Thank you.
We'll be subbing him with Sheila? Yeah, Legislator Bino will be subbing for Legislator Drucker in finance, and Legislator Muley will be subbing for him in the other committees that he represents.
Thank you, Kavan.
No problem.
Rules Committee roll call. Legislator Sheila Bino. Here. Legislator Delia Ritchie Witten. Here. Ranking Member Kavan Abrahams. Okay.
We just talked to you.
Legislator Laura Schaefer. Here. Legislator John Giuffre. Here. Vice Chairman Howard Copel. Here. Chairman Richard Nicolello.
Here.
We have a quorum, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. As we always do, we'll start off with the contracts and the Rules Committee. What we do is call all of the contracts together. We have presentations, and then after the presentation by the administration, we have public comment. I know that Mr. Bendo, you have a couple of slips in, so you'll be called up in turn. Okay, the contracts that we have are A12, A13, A16. These are resolutions authorizing the Commissioner of Shared Services to award and execute a purchase order or blanket purchase order between the county and Store Tractor Company, Intergraph Corporation, Mensch Mill. B5, B14, and B17. These are resolutions authorizing the county executive to award and execute contracts between the county and RJ Industries, Basilico Civil, DF Stone. E49, E50, E51, E53, E54, E55, E56, E57, E58, E59, E60, E61, E62, E64, E65, E66, E67, E68, E69, E70, E71, E72, E73, E74, E75, and E76. These are resolutions authorizing the county executive to execute personal services agreements or amendments to personal services agreements between the county and Leadership Training, Peace After School Program, Cornell Cooperative Extension, Cedarmore Corporation, Wilson Elser, Lower Office of Vincent McNamara, Be Ready Fishbein, Cuomo LLC, Jasper Schlesinger, Nassau Health Care Corporation, Greenman Peterson, M&J Engineering, NV5, Lockwood Kessler, Greenberg Traurig, Ensign Engineering, De Bruin Engineering, Brian Rosenberg, Metamorphic Concert, LAR Enterprises. Motion by Minority Leader Abrahams, seconded by Deputy Presiding Officer Copel, to put those items before us. Now, before we proceed, we have a couple more things to do. We need a motion to untable E23, E32, E38, E47. These are resolutions authorizing the county executive to execute personal services agreements or an amendment to a personal services agreement between the county and Choice for All, VMC Group, NNP Engineering, One World Judicial Services. So motion to untable, Legislator Schaefer, seconded by Legislator Bino. All in favor of untabling those contracts signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Carries unanimously. Item 3, amendment. The next thing we need to do is an amendment in the nature of a substitution. Contract E47 of 23. This is an amendment that removes the $30,000 maximum amount increase originally set forth. So we need a motion and a second on that. Legislator Giuffre makes the motion, seconded by Legislator DeRiggi Whitten. All in favor of the amendment by nature of substitution signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? It carries unanimously. And lastly, before we go to the contracts to consideration, we need a motion to table A12, E75, E58, E51, E53, A16, and B17. Motion by Deputy Presiding Officer Copel, seconded by Minority Leader Abrahams. All in favor of tabling those items signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? They are tabled. All of those contracts that we just tabled was due, except for one, at the request of the Inspector General, has issues to address with respect to those contracts. Okay. So let's start with the Police Department, A13 of 2023, Intergraph Corporation.
Good afternoon, William Field, Inspector with the Police Department. Item A13-23 is to authorize and award a purchase order for CAD maintenance and support for the Nassau County Police Department with Intergraph Corporation. They do business as Hexagon Safety and Infrastructure. This software is utilized by our Patrol Detective Division, as well as the rest of our department for case intake. Police communication operators and supervisors also use the software to record information taken from 911 callers in order to dispatch police officers and ambulances. The maximum amount authorized under this purchase order is $993,370.50.
Are there any questions for the inspector? Legislator DeReggie Whitten.
Hi. Has this company proven the fact that they are good at protecting our data that is collected during this time?
Is this a specific? We've been using them for quite some time. I believe we've had them since dating back 2007 about that.
Okay.
I'm unaware of any issues. I could find out if there are any cybersecurity type issues, if that's what you're intimating, but to my knowledge, there hasn't been any issues.
All right. If you could just check and see if there have been any issues, and if there are, just to let us know before full-fledged, that would be good.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any other questions for the inspector? Good, okay. Thank you, sir. Next contracts are with the Health Department, starting with E32 with the VMC Group. You have to press the button, please.
It better. Good afternoon. Sheila Schechter from the Health Department. E32 is an amendment that adds an additional service to be performed by our municipal reps in the preschool program. In addition to attendance at IEP meetings and department-required trainings, a scheduling function with each child's school district for the IEP evaluation has been added.
Any questions? No.
Next one?
Next one, yes.
E61, this is an agreement with Nassau Healthcare Corporation to hire breastfeeding peer counselors to support our WIC mothers who indicate an intention to breastfeed. The peer counselors are a requirement of our New York State WIC grant, and their services are fully grant funded. This contractor is a preferred vendor through the agreement with the Public Benefit Corp.
Any questions? All right, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Next two, it's social services, starting with E47, One World Judicial Services.
Hi, good afternoon. Joanne Oweiss, Deputy County Attorney, on behalf of the Department of Social Services. We're doing 47, is that what we said? E47 is a contract with One World Judicial. This vendor provides process serving for our child support petitions. It's a one-year extension on the agreement.
Any questions? No?
No?
You want to do the next one? It's with the E60.
E60 is a 7-year extension on our contract with Newmick, the hospital, to provide nursing services as part of a review of our clients who receive public assistance and to determine their eligibility for SSI or SSD.
Okay, and that is fully funded by the federal and state government.
Yes.
Right. Questions on this one? E60? No. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next contracts are with Parks. Well, Darcy's coming up. I wanted to recognize and welcome. We have two council members from the city of Long Beach. I know they're here for specific items. We'll call you up when that's called. Elizabeth Tristan and John Bender. Welcome. Thank you.
First item is 18023, Cornell Cooperative Extension, right? Oh,
No, actually, the first one we had was E74 with
I'm
Brian
sorry.
Rosenberg.
I'm sorry.
Actually, there's two with Brian Rosenberg,
Yes, I'm
E74 and E76.
Sorry about that.
No problem.
E7423 is a personal services agreement with Brian Rosenberg, New York. Parks conducted an RFP seeking entertainment promoters and booking agents. 9 proposals were received and evaluated. This is one of 6 proposers to be awarded, as some vendors specialize in genres that others do not. The term of this agreement is for 3 years, commencing June 13, 2023, through June 12, 2026, with the option to renew for 2 one-year periods. Payment on this contract will not exceed $400,000 per year, with the total potential value of the contract not to exceed $2 million over the potential 5-year term, and funding for this contract will be from the Hotel Motel Tax Grant Fund. And I just want to clarify that we do not intend to use that money every year. We just want the ability to be able to, in case we have a larger ticket item act.
Okay. Well, my question actually relates to that. You know, I think the prior vendor was paid $75,000 a year and then up to $100,000 a year last year. Why the sizable jump from the prior vendor to this vendor?
So we are looking to contract with several vendors. We'll have 6 contracts after the beginning of the year, and we're looking for them to absorb some of the costs that the county currently absorbs through their contract, like backline, which is additional instruments or different electronics required to operate the show, and also hospitality, because we, as the county, are not able to provide that, and that was problematic in us being able to book some acts. So we're making it the responsibility of these contract holders to do soup to nuts.
Okay, so they're actually undertaking more services on behalf of the county.
Exactly,
Okay.
exactly.
Any question? Legislator Richie Whitten.
Hi, Commissioner.
Hi.
It says that it's funded through the hotel motel funding, correct?
Correct.
So basically, them bringing people in sort of supports the cost.
Absolutely.
So, okay,
Yep.
thank you.
Any other questions? No? You want to just do the next one? I think it's
Yes.
very similar.
Very similar, again, a personal services agreement with LAR Enterprises, Inc. Again, the RFP was conducted seeking entertainment promoters and booking agents. 9 proposals were received and evaluated. This is one of the 6 that we intend to award. The term is for 3 years, commencing on June 13th, 2023 through June 12th, 2026, with the option to renew for 2 one-year periods. Payment on this contract will not exceed $150,000 per year, with the total potential value of the contract not to exceed $750,000 over the potential 5-year term. This contract will be funded using the Hotel Motel Tax Grant Fund as well. The reason for this lower amount is that the genre that this company specializes in is mostly for our senior concerts, so there's not backline requirements, nor is there food or hospitality. It's mostly like the weekly shows that are, $2,000 to $5,000 a week.
Okay. Legislator Schaefer.
Hi, Commissioner. How are you?
Good, thank you.
When you refer to backline equipment, are you talking about sound and lighting, things like that? Or
Backlines like extra instruments that they may not want to travel with, and these smaller groups don't have backline.
Okay.
For example, we have Boys to Men coming up that require a certain type of piano, certain type of organ that we have to provide.
Okay. So the criteria when you were looking for new vendors, what was it other than being able to supply all that? Was that mainly the bulk of why you were looking for different vendors?
It was truthfully the main thrust of this was to be able to spread our wings with regard to genres. Mm-hmm. And the booking agents that we have are wonderful, but they can't find us certain acts that we're looking to put together. And also the ability to be able to pay the vendors so that they're not waiting for us to pay them.
Okay. One other question. I know we already know how much it's going to impact the hotel motel tax funds. Do you know if there's still sufficient funding in there to?
Yes, and I'll be bringing before you later on today a sponsorship agreement that's going to supplement that as well.
Oh, great. Okay. Thank you.
Yep.
Any other questions? Legislator, Minority Leader Abrahams, then Legislator Bino.
Just a quick question, Commissioner, and make sure I understand it correctly. There's a provision in the contract that indicates that there'll be photos with up to 6 county officials. Is that something we pay for?
No. So the acts sometimes don't want to have a meet and greet or don't want any personal contact. So it's just the opportunity to have that meet and greet. So should some of you choose to attend and you want to meet the artists, some don't allow that unless it's contractual. So we put it in this contract, so any arrangements that they make for the county will include that provision.
Just seems odd to have that in a contract. It seems like it implies that part of the $2 million is going towards that service.
Nothing goes towards that service financially. It's just we want that clause included in our contracts with the artist, and since we're not booking them directly and they are, we ask for that to be in our contract. I've learned a lot about the crazy music industry through this process.
I'm just concerned that a provision like that could have the perception of being self-serving.
I don't know. I can't answer that.
I mean, if somebody didn't want to take a picture with us, then they don't have to take a picture with us.
Right. But it's good for promotion of our series and our events and for the county as a whole that we are able to have those photos. But again, very rare does it cause a problem.
Yeah, I don't see. I don't know if it created a problem because I don't remember a provision like that in the past. I don't know. I would feel more comfortable if the provision was just. I think I'm gonna support the contract. I think it's good to be doing what you're doing in terms of performances and promoting. I just don't like that provision.
I'm sorry. I do believe it was in the current 2 contracts that we have now as well, but I have to check on that. I can let you know.
I appreciate that.
Okay.
Okay.
It was never there in that wording saying up to 6 cameras.
Got it. Yeah. So I mean, look. I mean, that's the way I feel, and we haven't discussed it as a caucus. So I'm not too sure how we feel as a caucus, but I think that provision should be removed. All right. But like I said before, we wholeheartedly support the promotion of musical events, and obviously that warrants in regards to enhancing tourism. But the last thing I think we want to do is put a contract do an agreement that says they're required to take a picture with me. I just think that sends the wrong message, especially when you're talking about using, funding of this magnitude. So my hunch would be if we could remove it, great. If it's something that the rest of the committee feels strongly about and they want to keep it, that's fine too. But I think from our standpoint, we would want to see it that one provision be removed.
So we can't work that, Sarah. We can't.
Yeah, I don't have anything else.
Good. I mean, I understand your point. It doesn't really offend me, but so I would probably vote for this in any event, but I understand the point that you're making. Did you say by now?
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Hi, Commissioner Darcy.
Hi.
So you talked about genres, and you talked about folks having the ability to tap into, a wide spectrum of different performers. And I suspect that's in the interest of having a culturally competent type of lineup.
Yes.
Because last year, I feel like we missed the mark on that.
Right. As we had spoken about, I kind of adopted that calendar, and we look to make more diversity this year,
Okay.
wide-ranging.
Okay. And has that been completed yet? I mean, this is
Oh, no, this is happening now.
happening
Yes,
now.
happening
So
now.
when will we have a full lineup of
You should
what
have it, but I'll
the
be happy
offerings?
I can email it to you.
Okay, yeah, I'd love to. Can you tell me a little bit right now on the record, though, what you're proposing for this year? Because I know you said you wanted to move away from having, different cultural nights
Yes.
every week, and that you were going to look to bring together more of a diverse offering on one particular day or over a weekend, like a festival of sorts.
I did.
Uh-huh.
And that was my intention for the last weekend in July.
Okay.
And there was some pushback from some of the ethnicities that have been with us for 30, 40 years since the series started. So just to not argue, we went back to the traditional schedule, which to me is taxing on our physical resources with our manpower. But we're going to try it again that way this year, and we'll try again next year to work for that one consolidated weekend.
Okay, so were we successful in identifying groups and kind of plugging some of the holes that we had last year?
I believe that we were.
Okay.
Yeah.
I would love to see that
I'm
schedule
gonna share it
in
with
its
you.
completeness. Thank
Yep.
you. I appreciate it.
Okay.
Okay. Any other questions on this contract? Is it just? just we're going to go a little bit out of turn and with respect to items. Yes, they were called 74 and 76 for this point. As for the discussion, we're going to call those two particular contracts for a vote at this time. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? Those abstaining? Okay, so the contract's passed by a vote of 4 in affirmative and 3 abstentions.
Thank you.
Thank you, Darcy. I think that's it for you, right?
For now, thank you.
All right. Okay, county attorney contracts. E54, legislator Giuffre is going to be recusing himself, leaving the chambers, will not be participating in any debate or discussion or vote on this item. Hello, Brian.
Good afternoon, legislators. Brian Libbert from the County Attorney's Office, starting with E5423.
Yes.
Is that okay?
Yeah, Wilson Elser.
This is a contract with the law firm of Wilson Elser relative to the case of Nassau Goodman and Pyami, which is a 1983 false arrest case out of the police department.
So I understand there's a conflict of interest, a conflict between representing various defendants in this case?
There is a conflict, at the very least a perceived conflict, which of course, as you know, once there's a perceived conflict, that causes us to take action, and there is another item on the calendar for this case because of that conflict.
Right, right. Any questions on this contract? Nope. Could you invite Legislator Giuffre back in? Actually, hold on a second with that. Since he's recused himself, we'll have a vote on this item now. Any further discussion? Any public comment on this item? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? Carries unanimously. Okay, now you can invite him back. Your next contract is E55?
Correct. E55 is a contract with the law office of Vincent McNamara for their representation in a case known as Domenica against Nassau County. This is an employment-related case.
Okay. Any questions? All right. So we'll keep going then. E56?
E56 is what we've sort of nicknamed the 6 NCC cases. These are 6 discrimination cases which came out of Nassau Community College. They were procured and mini-bid. The mini-bid was won by the Be Ready firm, and they will be representing the county on all 6 of these, so that's why we sort of call them 6 NCC.
Okay, very good. Any questions? You want to ask them? I think it's the county, but you want to... The question was that the Deputy Presiding Officer is asking is, does this come out of our budget or the college budget?
Due to the education law, the county does have to pay for the legal fees of the county, to my understanding. That question actually came up about a year ago, and when I researched it, my research indicated that the education law required the county to cover it, yes.
Okay, thanks.
The county being the seal of the county.
Right.
And what about if there's a verdict or settlement?
Being a good lawyer, I don't want to speak to that dispositively. I believe that it is also covered by the education law, but what I looked into was this front-end question, which is what we were asked at that time.
Sure.
One of the cases doesn't reference the county or the college. Is the backup just not reflect that we are a named entity? If I'm looking at the one Wood versus SUNY?
I would have to go look sort of specifically at the details of that, but generally speaking, my answer to that would be yes. There would be no reason we would be involved unless we were somehow actually involved, and if we're not involved, then any counsel certainly would take the first steps of getting us dismissed if we were wrongly named. But either way, we wouldn't have sought counsel for something which we had no answer, we had no involvement in.
Yeah, I get it. All right. I just don't see it in my backup. But all right, if you can get back to us on that one.
Sure.
Just let us know. Just confirm. You can speak to us privately.
Okay, next one is E57.
E57 is also a contract with the law office of Vincent McNamara for the matter of Gene Smith. This matter is trial ready, and the plaintiff alleges a serious injury within a county building. So the office does need the assistance of trial counsel for this matter.
Okay. All right. Any questions on this one? No. We're not calling E58. That's been tabled, so you can jump right to Jaspin Schlesinger.
E59 is a contract with Jaspin Schlesinger for the Leith matter. Without going into great detail, this was in Newsday, which many of you may know. This is the matter where a police pulled over a woman who was in the car with her child. There are serious factual allegations against the county, and accordingly, the Litigation Bureau has requested counsel. We went through a solicitation, and Jaspin Schlesinger was selected.
Any questions on this one? Nope. E70, Greenberg, Trout.
E70 is for the case Myers, which names the Civil Service Commission, the county, and a number of county entities. Speaking very generally, again, for the purposes of this record, the allegations against the county are a discriminatory hiring against the police department, and again, involving the Civil Service Commission. This is very serious factual allegations and also, of course, a very complex issue. Accordingly, Greenberg Traurig was direct assigned off the RFQ committee, so they are a qualified firm within the county, but this was not mini bid. They were direct assigned because of the serious issues involved. If you have any questions, I'm more than happy to answer the same.
Okay. Any questions? Nope, all set. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, now we have some contracts with Human Services, starting with E23 of 22. Choice for all.
Good afternoon, legislators. My name is Seema Zaki. I'm the Fiscal Director for Department of Human Services. Item number choice for all.
E23.
Okay. E23 choice for all is the Office for Youth Services contract. It has been tabled. So it's on table now, and
Yes.
It's all county funded. And anything, Keith, you want to chime in for Choice for All?
I mean, I don't remember, actually. It was several months ago. Activities will include year-round academic services and tutoring facilitated through small group, etc. So,
I'm sorry, Presiding Officer,
Yeah.
it was disclosure issues.
oh, it was disclosure, okay, but it didn't go to the merits. Okay, all right, so, all right. Next one would be Leadership Training, Inc. So when you tell us about the contract, just give us a small synopsis of what's going on, okay?
Sure. Leadership training, which is item number, I'm sorry, let's see.
That would be item number E49.
E49. Yes, this is the first year of the RFP, and this is again Office for Youth Services, and this is has gone through the whole RFP process and selected the second consecutive year, the second consecutive RFP.
Okay, this is an after-school program for a nurturing, structured, and safe environment for the Roslyn School District, correct?
That's correct.
Just in general, there's a couple of these contracts on today.
Yes.
And they're specific school districts. So how do you determine which school districts will be receiving this service? Is it purely based on who responded to the RFP?
Well, it's not the specific school districts that are receiving the service, it's the communities where these agencies lie.
Right. But I mean, we have 56 school districts, so 56 communities where you could potentially have these programs.
Unfortunately, we don't have the funding to support 56 agencies.
Right, I agree. But how do you determine which specific
Through the
communities?
RFP process.
All right, so again, that goes back to what I said. So basically, it's because these agencies responded to the RFP and were vetted and determined to be
That's correct.
okay, qualified. All right. Any other questions? No? Okay, let's go to the next one, which would be E50 with Peace After School Program.
It's Peace After School is second year of the 3-year RFP of the contract, which was RFP, and the program. Keith, you want to chime in for the program?
Yeah, they service primarily the Terrace Avenue area of Hempstead.
Okay. This similarly is after-school programs for young people, et cetera.
Yes.
Okay. Any questions on this one? Nope. Let's see, 51 and 53 are tabled, so the next three will be E67, E68, and E69, and they're all with the Nassau Healthcare Corporation.
Yes, that's there. So give me a couple minutes. I need to get the paperwork.
Okay, yeah, no rush, don't worry.
Excuse me. As you gather the paperwork, I don't know if you have a response, but these agreements are very retroactive. If you could shed some light on that. Normally, 6 months, we're used to seeing that kind of stuff, but one of them is the one we're about to do. It goes back to like January 2021
Yes,
to December 2021.
Yes,
So
we apologize for the delay and in the processing of this contract. It took us some time for Medical Center to review the contract, and also took some time to finalize the contract, which led to the delay. Also, there were back and forth discussions with Medical Center regarding the contract disclosure forms and what was required from Medical Center with respect to the disclosure forms, which led to additional delays. And again, as we apologize for the delay, and we'll make sure it doesn't happen again.
Okay. I'm always curious when it comes to these super retro contracts. How do you know what they did during this time period warranted $1.2 million if you didn't have an agreement in place to send to us?
They are all required to submit the consolidated fiscal report to OASIS and Office of Mental Health, New York State, where their audited financial statements are attached with the funding as well as the expenditures.
So all that's been submitted and reviewed by the department?
And it further gets reviewed by Office of Mental Health and Substance Abuse, and which also means like the state sends their auditors to review the books of all the providers.
Understand. Okay.
So it's 100% grant funded, correct?
These are 100% grant funded, except there's one which is the opioid funding.
Okay. So this one is, this is to provide comprehensive mental health services to mentally disabled adults, children, and their families residing in the county. That's E67.
E67 is, give me 1 second, officer. I'm so sorry, I have too many contracts today. 6723. This is 100% state funded.
Yes, okay.
Do we anticipate a contract like this for 22?
No, there's everything here, 21 for the fiscal calendar year 2021,
Oh, I see it now. It's
2022, and
68 is 22.
2023. Yeah,
Excellent.
they
So
will be up to
you're caught
date.
up. You're caught up now.
We are caught up, yeah, thank God.
Great job. Thank you.
Okay. All right, I think in our backup, we have descriptions of these various contracts. Again, list 67, 68, 69, all relate to providing mental health services to mentally disabled children and their families residing in the county.
Yes.
Maybe you just want to discuss briefly 72. And adults, yeah. Maybe you just want to touch on 72, which is the one with respect to opioid addiction.
Yes, officer. Yes, legislator. That is, these are part of the 4-year term, which is $2 million each year. For the 4 years, it's $8 million opioid funding, which will be to expand their existing services that they are under contract with the county.
Okay. Any questions on this last contract, 72? I think we're good. Thank you very much. All right, the next contracts are with Department of Public Works. So, Ken, the first one was tabled, so we'll, I guess, jump right into the, I guess, B5, B14, and E73. We could just discuss about.
Yes.
They're all related, yeah.
So B5, B14, and E73, I think you said?
Yes.
All associated with the diversion of sewage at Long Beach to the Bay Park or the South Shore Water Reclamation Facility. The department working with the city of Long Beach, the city was able to get a FEMA grant to pay 100% of all costs associated with this. If you remember, we came to this body a while back with an IMA that was approved that started this whole process off. So B5 is a construction contract for the building of the pump station to divert the sewage from Long Beach. 3 bids were received. RJ was the lowest responsible bidder. 1 bid was rejected because they failed to submit the proper bid package. RJ's bid is at $33.4 million, which is below the engineer's estimate, and the MWBE is at 32.16%. B14 is the construction contract for the force main that will connect Long Beach to Bay Park. Basilico was the sole bidder on the project at $79.9 million, which was above the engineer's estimate. The department did the due diligence on the single bid and determined that it was acceptable. This project is extremely complicated as we are drilling the pipe through the marsh to get from Long Beach to Bay Park. We're not doing any work in any roadways for this. We're actually utilizing the old easement for the outfall pipe at Reynolds Channel and the sludge loading dock facility. And the type of work was a very limited pool of bidders that were available to us. The MBE on this project is 8%, and again, this is fully funded by FEMA. And then E73 is the construction management contract for both Basilico and the RJ work. 7 firms submitted proposals. The Bruin had the highest technically ranked proposal and also was the lowest cost proposal. As such, the review committee recommended the Bruin for this work at $6.38 million. The MWB is 20.2%, and this is again fully funded.
Thank you. Legislator Schaefer.
I think you answered my question. It was just why did only one vendor respond to the one that Basilico was awarded? It's just very highly technical, and it's not.
Yes.
It's a complicated process.
Yep.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Any other legislators? Okay. Councilman Bendo, I know that you wanted to speak on this. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. Legislator DeRidge-Whitten.
How are your sinkholes going, Ken?
I just came from there to here. We are working on taking the road apart so we can repave the road this week. So it's moving along.
Nothing to do with this. Nothing to do with this work at all, right?
Oh, no.
It's
No,
totally
this is a
separate.
totally different. This is in Lido, not in Long Beach at all. It connects to this Long Beach sewer plant, but that's the only connection to that.
Even though I'm not on the committee, you opened the door, Legislator DeRidge-Whitten, to a discussion on sinkholes. And I want everybody to know, and I would like this put on the record, that we on the Barrier Island owe a debt of gratitude to the professionalism and the dedication of our Commissioner, Ken Arnold. because as I understand it, he immediately responded once the sinkhole happened, and it was actually a local fire department that saw something funky in the roadway, called the town of Hempstead. They in turn called our Nassau County DPW, who responded immediately, and thankfully nobody fell into the sinkhole, that it was immediately closed off. Just coordination with DPW. Ken was there all the time. We see DCE Arthur Walsh, who was also on top of this as well, responding to all our phone calls and everything, working with our school districts, Commissioner Ryder, who dispatched the police officers to help move the traffic, and they made amendments as everything was going along. And I have to say that the school district and many of the residents, even though we were caught in traffic, and it could be aggravating at time, everybody was just very impressed with the whole operation. And I think we look forward to maybe having Lido Boulevard once again fully opened up this week, I think, right?
Yeah, thank you. I mean, the county executive initiating the command center was a great deal. OEM, the police.
OEM, yes.
And I have to thank, my contractor banker, Veolia, H2M, the engineers, and my staff especially, who all stepped up and got right on the project.
It was a big project, and I have to say, it just showed teamwork makes the dream work. That's all I can say. Thank you.
And it shows all the training that we go through for incidents when you have a command center and you set up and have communications, it works well.
Okay. Any other legislators? Mr. Bendo, did you want to just say a few words? Also, if you want, I know that you also want to speak later on about the CRP with the Zamboni machine.
Yeah.
You can speak to that as well now.
Okay,
yeah,
great.
This way you don't have to wait around.
So good afternoon. I'm John Bendo. I'm the president of the Long Beach City Council. All my comments will obviously related to the sewer consolidation will be for all of the contracts. Long Beach, we have about 4.5 miles of what's been recognized as some of the best beaches in the United States. And obviously in the summer months, we are a major tourist destination for Long Island. Also, since Superstorm Sandy, Long Beach has kind of shown up on the map. People recognize now they don't have to go to the Hamptons anymore to get some great beach living. And the real estate development in our cities reflected that. Right now we have the largest construction project in all of Long Island going on, building 422 condominiums and apartments right on our beachfront, in addition to other smaller projects. But, there's a but with this. We also have an extremely underutilized bayfront. And the reason that is we have 4 acres of prime bayfront real estate being taken up by a 70-year-old sewage treatment plant. In addition, both Bay Park and our sewage treatment plant discharge about 200 million gallons a day of effluent into Reynolds Channel about 100 feet off of our shoreline, which has made it very difficult to develop our bayfront. So you could imagine that the people of Long Beach are very anxious to see this move forward. This would probably be the largest environmental project to take place in Nassau County, probably in decades, to clean up that bayfront. Our ocean has been cleaned up over the last 10 years or so, and we've had a return of whales, dolphins. We have seals that now show up on our beach in large numbers. We need to do the same in our bay now. The bay is still, quite frankly, a mess because of all this effluent from the sewage plants. So this project will go a major way to closing down our plant, moving the sewage to Bay Park, and then eventually from Bay Park to Cedar Creek, and then out into the ocean discharge far out from Cedar Creek. So on behalf of Long Beach, we sincerely encourage you to advance this forward, and let's get this done and clean up our bay. It's not just for Long Beach and Island Park, who right there where the discharges are, but it's all those towns that utilize the back bay. So thank you for your time.
Sure. You can also address the Zamboni if you would like. Sure. This way you don't have to stick around.
If you'd like, just after just telling you what a beach town we are, we have a large ice arena in Long Beach, which is kind of unusual. There's not a lot of them on Long Island, but we have one, and we are a huge hockey town. We have all kinds of leagues that start with young kids that go all the way up through adults. That arena is used constantly. We've had professional players come out of that arena. And the truth is, our Zamboni right now is being held together with Gorilla Glue and duct tape. So this is a vital piece of equipment that we need to keep our ice arena operating. And again, we would very much appreciate this moving forward. So thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Treston? This should be a platform on the side there. No, you don't have to do that, does it? Yeah.
There you go. Thank you. Can you hear me okay? I just want to take the opportunity for everyone here to just tell you how thankful we are, especially to our legislator who is leaving us, Denise Ford, to your attorney, Jane Hordock, to you, Mr. Arnold, Vinnie Falsacchi, to Mr. Blakeman. This is what happens when communities work together. This is only, I hope, the first thing that we can do together. Again, much appreciation, and thank you, dear Lord Jesus, for the Zamboni.
Well, Liz Treston is Vice President of our City Council, and I couldn't have said it any better. But just also, I'm not on this committee, but this project needs to be recognized, and the thanks given to everybody who's been involved. And right, when everybody works together, and this project probably started about 20 years ago. Believe it or not, Dave Denenberg was in office, so that's how long ago it is. And but it really started getting a lot of traction with Governor Cuomo, then County Executive Ed Mangano, following through to Laura Curran, and now our present County Executive Bruce Blakeman, just to keep the wheels turning on this. It's a very, very important project. Not only will it clean up the Western Bays, but it will also help clean up Reynolds Channel. One of the byproducts of this is that there'll be less nitrogen going into that waters, and the marshlands that sit to the north of the barrier island will then be able to regenerate itself. They'll be cleaned out, and as I learned from scientists, that it is a natural defense against flooding. So it may help in future storms to help protect us. And when I talked about the governor and I talked about those in the county, we have our own Commissioner Ken Arnold, who's been working on this, as well as their counsel, Jane Hodak, who has made this, I guess, her life's work or mission or whatever. And I do have to then also recognize DPW Commissioner Joe Fabrizio from the city of Long Beach, and as well as Council Joe Lippo, that they all joined forces. They have all been working together, communicating, so that we're here at this point. And I look forward to when this project is finally finished, and a lot of the marine life will come back into our channel, and we'll be able to have fishing, and perhaps we'll be able to do something very nice with a nice boardwalk on the water, so that people, and also with the Zamboni. I thank the presiding officer for allowing this item to go forward, and I think maybe we'll even ask if the Zamboni driver will give Rich a ride on it once it's in operation. All right, thank you.
Okay, I'm in.
And one thing to mention on the project, New York State Department of Environmental Conservation, their deputy commissioner was intimately involved in this and helped move the skids forward, Jim Tierney.
Oh, right, thank you.
Okay, E38.
So E38 is an amendment to the department's on-call civil site design services contract with Nelson and Pope.
Sure.
This amendment is for additional $1.5 million in capacity to the contract. There's no retroactivity work associated with this amendment. The contract expires February of 25.
Okay, any questions from the legislators? Nope. Let's go to the next one, 62.
E62, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So E62 is a professional services contract to supply operational personnel for the department's 24/7 traffic management center. Actually, this management center had a big role in the Lido Beach response also. The department receives 80% funding from New York State for this operation. Griffin Peterson was the sole bidder on this project and is the current vendor supplying staff to man this 24/7. MWBE is at 20%.
Okay. Any questions? No?
E63?
That's going to be called in a little bit.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, 64?
Yes.
64 is a professional services contract to provide construction management services for building projects. M&J is one of 9 firms being recommended for this project. M&J is an MBE firm themselves.
Okay, very good. Any questions on this one? Nope.
E65?
Yep.
E65 is an on-call contract for traffic engineering services. NV5 is one of 10 firms selected. A total of 17 firms provided proposals. The contract is for a 5-year term, not to exceed $10.5 million. And the MWB SDVOB is proposed at 16%.
All right. Any questions? Legislator DeRiggi Whitten.
I can. I know when I spoke with you recently, you mentioned that you're hiring a firm to help with grants and things like that. Do any of these contracts include someone who will be doing that task?
No, the grant assistance we have is with our on-call project management contracts, which this body had approved, I think, last year. So I mean, these guys will be involved in the technical aspects of a grant, but I have a special set of consultants that have the administrative and the background on grant management.
Okay. So, all right, so you have what you need for the grants.
Yes, and also Shared Services has a contract with, I'm going to get the firm wrong, BSR, I believe it's called. They will also work with us on grant applications.
Okay. Thank you.
Legislator Schaefer.
Hi, Commissioner. Just a quick question. You got received 17 proposals on this one, correct?
Yes.
Do you have, seems like a lot, so I'm just wondering if you have any idea why?
On-call. The firms love the on-call contracts.
They do.
It's very competitive, both with us in New York State.
Okay. Thank you.
All right.
Okay, I did 65, correct?
Yes.
Okay, 66. E66 is also a traffic on-call services contract with LKB, is the second of 10 firms selected. Their MWB SDVOB is at 26% for this work.
Okay. Any questions for this one? No. E71 is your last one.
Yep. E71 is the construction management contract associated with the police training village. Proposals received by 10 firms. Ensign provided one of the highest technically ranked and was determined by the review committee to provide the best value. Ensign's contract will be for $1.36 million. 100% of this contract will be done by an MBE firm, which is Ensign and their sub. So it's all MBE, this work.
All right. Any questions on these? Nope. Thank you, Ken.
You're welcome.
Are there any public comments on any of the contracts that we've heard so far? Nope. So I'm going to call all those contracts for a vote at this time. They include A13, E32, E61, E47, E60, E55, E56, E57, E59, E70, E23, E49, E50, E67, E68, E69, E72, B5, B14, E38, E62, E64, E65, E66, and E71 and E73. Any further debate or discussion among the legislators? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? Those contracts all pass unanimously. All right. All right. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to call 2 contracts, E48 and E63. And for for those. Motion is made by Ms. Schaefer, seconded by Mr. Richie Whitten. Now, let the record reflect that Presiding Officer Nicolello has left the room, will not participate in the debate or discussion or in the vote on these two items. Okay, now first is E48, which is the Nassau County Department of Human Services and the Association for Community Parent Center. Anyone here on E48?
Good afternoon, Legislator Simazaki, Fiscal Director, Department of Human Services. E48 is Office of Youth Services contract. Keith will explain the program side of it.
Community Parents, excuse me, my name is Keith Gerber. I'm from the Nassau County Department of Human Services, Office of Youth Services. Community Parent Center provides services primarily for the Belmore Merrick School District, but also does some county-wide work with other school districts. They do programs such as pre-prom planning and the drinking and driving awareness, internet safety, stuff like that.
Anyone have any questions on this item? Okay, thank you. And E63, I guess you guys are excused.
Thank you.
63 is, no, it's oh, I'm, no, yeah. No, you're right, you're right, you're right.
Oh, community parent centers, they do traffic safety?
Yeah, they do traffic safety, yes.
Ah, got it.
They got two agencies, yes.
Yeah.
One's for the, like, the drunk driving for teens, everything like that.
All right, E63, Ken?
So E63 is the contract amendment with the Association of Community Parent Center, Inc. The Community Parent Center has been providing educational programs and materials for the traffic safety, roadway safety, pedestrian, stop DWI, and bike and child care seats. The contract is funded through the Stop DWI funds received from New York State. The original contract was a 5-year contract at $50,000 per year. This amendment is for an additional 2 years at $50,000 per year. This is a retroactive amendment.
Okay. Any questions? Okay, all those in favor of E48 and E63, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, so that's 6 to 0. And would somebody invite the presiding officer back? We're going to recess rules now. And who's next? And public safety is next.
Good afternoon. At this time, I will call the Public Safety Committee to order, and I will ask the clerk to call the roll.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Legislator Debbie Muley, Legislator Sheila Bino, Ranking Member Delia DeRiggi Whitten. Thank you. Legislator John Ferretti. Here. Legislator Mazi Palip. Vice Chairman Thomas McKevitt. Chairwoman Denise Ford. We have a quorum, ma'am.
Thank you very much, sir. There are 4 items on the agenda today, which are clerk item numbers 183-23, 186-23, 190-23, 194-23. Clerk item number 183-23 is an ordinance supplemental to the annual appropriation ordinance in connection with the district attorney and the Hispanic Counseling Center. May I have a motion moved by Legislator Bino, seconded by Legislator Pelip? The item is before us. Is it? Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, Chairwoman, Legislators. Dennis McDermott, Assistant District Attorney. 18323 is an amendment to a grant agreement with Hispanic Counseling Center. The grant helps fund their batterers intervention program. This amendment is the district attorney exercising the first of 2-year options and increasing the maximum amount by $85,000.
So the annual appropriation will then be increased.
It'll be increased by
going
85.
forward?
Each year we will increase it $85,000. That we contribute $85,000 per year to
The
Hispanic
$85,000,
Counseling
that's
Center,
already- wow.
and it's entirely funded by forfeiture funds.
All right, thank you. Any other legislator, Georgie Whitten, and then Legislator Bino?
Okay, so my question piggybacks off of Chairwoman Ford's question. What was the previous allocation?
85. First year, 85,000. It's 85. We intend to give them 85,000 this year, and if it's renewed next year, and 85,000.
So what was it last year?
85,000.
So it's
We're increasing it 85,000. So the total now is 170. Next
Okay.
year we will increase it 85,000 more. The first year we funded them $85,000.
Okay.
This is year 2.
This is year 2. So this is somewhat of a brand new program. Is that what you're saying?
No, it's the same program. It's the same grant. It's just was originally done 1 year with 2 1-year options. We're just exercising the option and increasing the amount to cover the $85,000 that we have promised.
Okay, I'm going to try it one more. So I guess what I'm trying to get at is we're funding them at $85,000 this year, in the first year, and then $85,000 in the second year, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So I was trying to, you say it's an increase, so I'm trying to see what it's being increased from.
No, we're increasing the maximum amount.
Okay.
That under all the agreements, contract, grant agreements, there's a maximum amount that gets
So
paid.
what was the maximum amount previously before your
Year 1 was
request for
$85,000.
Thank you.
So when you said next year you'll increase it 85, will it go up to then 255, or will it stay at 170 as the max?
No. If the option is exercised, we will increase the maximum amount by another $85,000.
So it'll be 170,000 next year as well, correct?
Well, plus 75.
Plus 85.
Plus 85.
Oh, I see. So actually it'll be.
It's really, if you look at it, it's a 3-year grant, $85,000 a year.
But, so the second year you increased it by 85, that's making it
Correct.
170. Next year it'll be 170 plus another 85,000.
That is correct.
Okay, and then the fourth, then,
That's the end of the grant term.
but they can come back and.
They can request, and if the powers that be at the district attorney's office desire to continue to help fund them, then there'll be a new agreement that will come before this body.
Okay, and do you find that it's successful, this program?
Yes, it is. As a matter of fact, most of the people who are in the program are actually sent there by the courts.
All right, so, anything that can help, so maybe that would be something that can be determined by the DA, that, to see how successful the program is, what the response would be in the interaction, that helping these people.
Well, we thought it was a worthwhile program. That's why we exercised this option.
Right, to add money. That's
Correct.
wonderful. That's wonderful to hear. Thank you.
Thank you.
Legislative Malay.
I understand it now. Thank you.
Okay.
I'm sorry if I wasn't clear.
No, I got it.
I got a
I
little-
was slow on the upload. I got you. Thank you.
Legislative Malay, I'm sorry.
I'm not sure. I absolutely have it. So I just need to ask it in the way that will help me to understand. So the first year was 85,000.
Yes.
This, and maybe you just asked this, the second year is going to be 170,000?
No, the total amount under the whole agreement will become 170 because we're adding 85. Just like any contract, it has a maximum amount, and each year when you amend it, if you're increasing the amount or paying the amount for that year, you have to increase the maximum amount. That actually was a legislative directive several years ago.
Okay. Okay.
It's 85,000 per year, and your total for 3 years is what you're adjusting, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay. All right. All those in favor of passing this item, please signify by saying aye. Opposed? The item passes unanimously. Clerk, item number 186-23 is an ordinance supplemental to the annual appropriation ordinance in connection with the Correctional Center. May I have a motion? Moved by Legislative Reddy, seconded by Legislative McKevitt. The item is before us. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, legislatures. Narda Hall Correctional Center. Item 186-23 is a supplemental appropriation request for $221,785 to be received from the Federal Drug Enforcement Agency, deposited with the County Treasurer. The amount and timing for receipt of the funds is dependent on the amount of seizure as well as completion of pending investigations and convictions. The funding will be used for canine and handlers' expenses, training, equipment, food, veterinary services, grooming, etc.
Thank you. Any questions, comments from the legislators? All right, thank you very much. Oh, wait, Legislative Whitten.
We were all impressed with the way they were trained so well with looking for drugs. Remember when we went to the jail, when we went to jail last time? So I always love to say that. But anyway, no, they really were very impressive. So thank you for your work.
I have to concur because I think it was very interesting to see how the dog reacted and, the training that is put into, training these canines. So I think we're all very impressed and still are. And thank you very much. I think it's a good program.
Great to hear. I'll inform the unit.
Okay, well, thank you. Okay. Kudos to you. How's that? Okay, anyone else? No? No public comment? Okay, so, all right, all those in favor of passing this item, thank you very much for your testimony. Passing this item, please signify by saying aye. Opposed? The item passes unanimously. Clerk, item number 190-23 is an ordinance supplemental to the annual appropriation ordinance in connection with the Traffic Safety Board. May I have a motion? Moved by Legislator Malay, seconded by Legislator Pilip. The item is before us. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, Ken Arnold, Public Works. So 190-23 is a supplemental ordinance for funding from New York State to the Traffic Safety Board, $6,000 in additional funding for the 22 program, and $1.033 million for 2023's program. This funding is used by PDs, both Nassau County and locals, for enhanced DWI enforcement.
And is this like for the patrols to go out, or is this some other type of device that's to be used?
I believe it's for the patrols.
Okay. Yep. All right, thank you. Any questions? I see none. All right, thank you very much. All right, all those in favor of passing this item, please signify by saying aye. Okay, opposed? The item passes unanimously. Clerk, item number 194-23 is an ordinance supplemental to the annual appropriation ordinance in connection with the police department. May I have a motion? Moved by Legislator DeReggie Whitten, seconded by Legislator Pilip. The item is before us. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, William Field, Inspector with the Police Department. Item 194-23 is an appropriation to appropriate $1.2 million in funds received from the United States Department of Justice. These funds will be used to purchase equipment for the department.
Legislator Dereji Whitten.
So this is just to agree to accept the funds?
This is to move the money onto the line so that we can expend it.
Do you come back to us with what you're expending it on, or it's just up to you?
It depends. If the item requires legislative approval to be purchased, then we would. If it does not require it, then generally no.
Right. So do you have any examples of what you're going to be using the money
Yes,
for?
sure.
Okay.
This funding, we anticipate hopefully being able to purchase new firearms, duty holsters, training courses for our armorers which is basically they take care of the weapons. Just a few examples.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Very interesting. Okay, anyone else? All right, thank you very much. All those in favor of passing this item, please signify by saying aye. Opposed? The item passes unanimously. Since there is no other business before this committee, may I have a motion to adjourn? Moved by Legislator McKevitt, seconded by Legislator Phillip. All those in favor? Aye. This committee is now adjourned. Thank you very much. Planning is next.
I'd like to call the Planning Development Environment Committee to order. Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Thank you, Madam. Legislator Deborah Muley. Legislator Sheila Bino. Thank you. Ranking Member Carrier Salage. Legislator Denise Ford. Legislator John Giuffre. Vice Chairman Thomas McKevitt. Chairwoman Laura Schaefer.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. Okay, there's an addendum to this agenda. Can I have a motion to suspend the rules? Moved by Legislator Ford, seconded by Legislator Giuffre. Okay, all in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Okay, the rules have been suspended. So we have one item on the agenda today. It's clerk item number 204-23. This is an ordinance making certain determinations pursuant to the State Environmental Quality Review Act and authorizing the county executive of the County of Nassau to accept on behalf of the County of Nassau an offer of purchase by the Great Neck Park District of certain premises located in the village of Great Neck, town of North Hempstead, County of Nassau, State of New York. Said property known as Section 1, Block 129, Lot 431, on the land and tax map of the County of Nassau, and authorizing the county executive to execute a deed, contract of sale, and all pertinent documents in connection therewith to consummate the sale. We have Mr. Walsh here.
Good afternoon, legislators. Kevin Walsh from the Office of Real Estate Service. I'm sorry.
Okay, may I have a motion for this item? So moved by Legislator Ford, seconded by Legislator Giuffre.
Good afternoon, legislators. Kevin Walsh from the Office of Real Estate Services. This is a proposed transfer of a vacant piece of county property located in the village of Great Neck. I would classify this as kind of an unofficial storm basin. It's a drainage parcel that is not needed for county purposes. The Great Neck Park District reached out to the county, would like to acquire it for park purposes. So it will be conveyed to the village with a restriction in the deed that it may only be used for passive park purposes, available for use for all county residents. The location of the property is between a village ice rink and a tennis facility and ball fields in the back. So they're going to clean the property up, add some trails, and it'll be for the benefit of the community.
Great, thank you. Any legislators want to comment on this item? Legislator Muley?
Hi, you mentioned that it would be for the use of all Nassau County residents. So I don't know the answer to this question, but are Great Neck Parks generally available to all county residents?
I don't know. I actually have a representative of the Park District here. Maybe can answer that question. I have Jason Mara, the superintendent, is actually here.
So my real question is, how do we make sure that all county residents will know that they have use of this property?
I'll let him speak to it.
Okay.
Want to speak to it? I know there will be signage. I believe so.
Hello, my name is Jason Mara, Superintendent of the Great Neck Park District. So to answer your question specifically, our parks are generally for Great Neck Park District residents only.
Right.
We have sites that we have staff where they have to show ID card to come in. The site of this location, as mentioned earlier, is between our ice rink and our tennis facility, which is open currently to all county residents. So we will have signage up, and we will not be enforcing park cards for that park usage. So it is open for all county residents.
And then will parking be available?
Yes, there is parking on site currently. So this land is situated directly between our two recreation facilities, which there's ample parking provided.
So the recreational facilities areas will not be available to county residents, is that correct?
No, those two facilities
Yeah.
are special use facilities, so they are open to non-residents of the park district.
Okay.
Whereas our specific parks and other locations are for park district residents only. The site of this location, the two facilities are currently open to Nassau County residents, so the park that would be passive in between will be open to county residents, and we would just have general park signage up indicating that.
Great. And how many acres are we talking about?
The total is 2.2.
Thank you.
I just wanted to add also to this, the county, we're also reserving an easement for DPW in case we do have to get it to any of the drainage and so forth.
Thank you. Any other legislators? Okay. Is there any public comment on this item? There being none, all those in favor of clerk item number 204-23, please signify by saying aye. Any opposed? The item passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Okay. There's no other business before this committee, so may I have a motion, please, to adjourn? Moved by Legislator Bino, seconded by Legislator Ford. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Okay, we are adjourned. Public Works is next.
Okay, at this time, I'll call the Public Works Committee to order. I'll ask the clerk to call the roll.
Thank you. Public Works and Parks. Legislator Carrier Solage. Legislator Deborah Muley. Ranking Member Sheila Bino, Legislator James Kennedy, Legislator Laura Schaefer,
Here.
Vice Chairman John Giuffre, Chairman C. William Gaylor III. We have a quorum, sir.
Okay, there are two items on the agenda today, which are clerk items number 19123 and 196-23. Clerk item number 19123 is an ordinance to amend ordinance number 75-2022, adopting the capital budget for the County of Nassau for the first year of the four-year capital plan to commence on January 1st, 2023, pursuant to the provisions of Section 310 of the County Government Law of Nassau County. May I have a motion? Moved by Legislator Schaefer, seconded by Legislator Solage. The item is before us. I see we have Commissioner Arnold, who's going to speak about this item.
Yes. Thank you. Good afternoon. Ken Arnold, Public Works. 191 is a capital budget amendment to increase the non-county funding in the Long Beach project in the capital plan by $28.5 million. This is non-county funding. This allows the county to enter into contracts that were previously heard today associated with the Long Beach diversion. These funds, as I previously stated, are coming from FEMA to the City of Long Beach, but all contracting is being done for this project under the Department of Public Works.
Okay, I understand. Thank you. Is there any debate or discussion? Any public comment? All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? The item passes unanimously. Clerk item number 19623 is an ordinance supplemental to the annual appropriation ordinance in connection with the Parks, Recreation, and Museums. May I have a motion? Moved by Legislator Kennedy, second by Legislator Giuffre. All right. Who do we have from the administration?
Darcy Bellier, Parks Commissioner. Good afternoon again.
Good afternoon.
As mentioned, this is a supplemental appropriation in the amount of $300,000. NYU Langone Health is sponsoring our summer concerts and outdoor movie series throughout our park system this summer. There is no net impact on the budget since there will be an equal amount of revenue and expenditures in using these funds.
All right, thank you. Any debate or discussion? Legislator Muley?
Hi, Commissioner. Can you tell me what parks these concerts are going to be held at?
I'm going to share the schedule with everybody when I get back to the office. Largely Eisenhower Park, and then we have Wantagh Park, Cedar Creek, and Chelsea Mansion. And I'm trying to think. I think that's it. Nothing at Morley this year, and Northwood Mere Park.
Okay, thank you.
Any public comment? All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Thank you.
Okay. Any opposed? None. The item passes unanimously. There being no other business before the committee, may I have a motion to adjourn? All right. It's moved by Legislator Schaefer, seconded by Legislator Deborah Muley. All those in favor? Aye. Committee is now adjourned. Yes. Health is next. Rose is inside.
call the Health and Social Services Committee to order and ask the clerk to please take the roll.
Thank you, Madam. Health and Social Service roll call. Legislator Joshua Lafazan. Thank you. Legislator Muley. Thank you. Ranking Member Delia Durigi Witten. Legislator C. William Gaylor III. Thank you. Legislator Michael Giangreglio.
Here.
Vice Chairwoman Mazi Palip.
Here.
Chairwoman Rosemary Walker.
Here.
We have a quorum, ma'am.
Thank you. There are two items on the agenda. The first is Clerk Item 193-23, which is an ordinance supplemental to the annual appropriation ordinance connection with the Health Department. May I have a motion, please? By Legislator Gaylor, seconded by Legislator Muley. How are you?
Good afternoon, Andy Persick, Office of Management and Budget. Item 19323 is a supplemental appropriation in the amount of $684,683 for a public health preparedness response to bioterrorism.
Are there any questions or comments from the legislators? Any public comment? Okay, all in favor of Clerk Item 193-23 signify by saying aye. Any opposed? Any abstained? Then this will move on to Finance. Thanks so much, Andy. And Clerk Item 195-23 is an ordinance supplemental to the annual appropriation ordinance connection with the Department of Social Services. May I have a motion, please, by Legislator Palip, seconded by Legislator Muley.
Good afternoon. Item 195 is a $150,000 supplemental appropriation for the annual summer lunch program that's administered through the Department of Social Services.
Okay, any questions regarding Legislator Muley?
Hi, Andy. How does this money, how does the food get distributed?
They have a contractor who actually provides the food, I believe, and that's how it's distributed. There's certain threshold limits for who's eligible and stuff like that. That's determined by the Department of Social Services.
So is it sent to their homes or through
I do not know
certain
the answer to that.
agencies?
I think it's distributed at the summer camps is where it's distributed. So.
Oh, to summer camps?
Yeah.
Okay. And how do the camps become eligible for that?
I think it's based on an income level threshold is what it is. So that's, you know what I mean? That's how it's all determined.
So camps would have to apply for it?
Well, I think the individual would have to apply to it. So.
I see. Okay, thank you.
This is, now it's back to the old way it was, but during the COVID years, the bad times, I know in Hicksville you could go to schools to go pick it up. It was available to everybody, to all of our children throughout the county.
That was during, I believe.
And that was during the height of COVID.
That was the height of
yeah.
COVID, but that was also
So-
during school time too, though, I think.
Yes, it was
summer
during
program,
school,
so-
and then it continued over the summer that they still provided those lunches.
That's correct.
So now it's back to the old way that we
Yes.
do things, and I'm assuming most of the camps or organizations that did this in the past are back to doing it now.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Okay, all those in favor, any public comment? And nothing, all those in favor of Clerk Item 195-23 signify by saying aye. Any opposed? Any abstained? Then this will also move on to Finance. There's no other business before this committee. May I have a motion to adjourn by Josh Lafazan, seconded by Legislator Giangreglio. And we will move on to, all in favor of adjourning, signify by saying aye. Okay, and we will move on to Finance.
Finance is next, and I'd ask that members of the committee please come in and join us.
Mrs. Bell. You have the addendum.
Mike, would you call the roll, please?
Thank you, Chairman. Roll call. Finance. Legislator Delia DeRiggi Whitten. Legislator Carrier Solage. Carrier? Okay. Sheila Bino, Legislator Sheila Bino. Thank you. Legislator Rosemary Walker. Legislator Thomas McKevitt. Vice Chairman John Ferretti. John is here. Chairman Howard Copel.
Here.
We have a quorum, sir.
Okay. Good afternoon. In Finance, we're going to start off with we have an addendum, so I'm going to take a motion to suspend the rules. That motion is made by Ms. Walker and is seconded by Mr. Solage. All those in favor of suspending the rules, say aye. Aye. The rules are suspended. Okay. Next, we're going to dispose of a number of items which have gone through other committees and have received unanimous consent. They require no further debate or discussion, and we'll vote on those. And those numbers are number 183 of 23, 186, 190, 191, 193, 194, and 196. Let me check the addendum. Okay. All right. Motion made by Ms. DeRiggi Whitten, seconded by Mr. Ferretti. All those in favor of those items, please so indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Those items are unanimous. Thank you. Okay. Next, number 177, which is establishing a governmental retirement plan under IRC Section 401. On that, the motion is made by Mr. McKevitt, seconded by Mr. Ferretti.
$177? Okay. Sorry. Andy Parsons, Office of Management and Budget. Item 177 is giving us the ability to establish a 401A, which was part of the PBA collective bargaining agreement. All we're asking for is, in order for us to actually implement this, we actually have to have the legislature and the county executive become plan sponsors for this, and then we will move on to the next phase, which will be RFPing the services like our 457 plan. This is it's a no cost other than setting it up for the county, but it's a benefit to both the county and to the employees. For when they terminate service, they will be able to get some tax abatements from FICA taxes as a result of this.
Okay, thank you, Andy. Do we have any questions? Hearing none. All those in favor of this item, please so indicate by saying aye, and that is item number 177. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, that item is unanimous. Next, thank you. And do you have any more?
176, I don't think we called that.
Right, you are. 176 then, which is a local law to create an operating reserve fund. Motion by legislator Bino and seconded by Ms. Walker.
Good afternoon. This item before you is, when we were doing the year-end board transfer, we realized that we made an error in how we were presenting the item. This corrects that. We are establishing a general municipal reserve for labor and insurance, and this is the mechanism in which we need to do that.
Okay. All right, any questions on that? All right, all those in favor of item 176, please so indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, that item is unanimous. Thank you, Andy. Next item is number 180, which is authorizing the county executive to execute a hotel-motel tax grant agreement on behalf of the Department of Parks. And on that, the motion is made by Mr. McKevitt and seconded by Mr. Solage.
Good afternoon again, Darcy Bellier, Parks Commissioner, presenting a hotel-motel tax grant agreement for Cornell Cooperative Extension of Nassau County. As you know, Cornell is a partner being housed in Eisenhower Park, where they have a wonderful farmers market. Each year, they also operate the East Meadow Farm on our behalf and a sleepaway camp out in Riverhead. This agreement is retroactive to June 1st, 2022, with my apologies. There were issues with the upload of their disclosure forms, and it kind of sat in the ECRS, and we just caught up with it. And the one-year term is actually expired May 1st, 2023. It's for a one-time grant in the amount of $65,000, which they will use to cover programming and staffing costs at the East Meadow Farm, and the funding source is the Hotel Motel Tax Grant Fund.
All right, any questions? Yes, sure, go on.
Darcy, could I just ask you to give us a quick little update on how the camp is doing out east?
So the last I heard is that they needed a lot of physical improvements, but they're running programs there all year round for seniors, and then obviously bulking up with summer camps. They're busy for 10 weeks once school gets out. But I do know that they're looking to us to assist with some capital improvements, but we haven't gotten past conversation about it.
Anyone else? Hearing none, all those in favor, please so indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? That item is unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you have any more?
I have two more, actually.
Why don't you go for it? Which one's next?
Sure. 205-23 is Artist in Partnership.
Give me a moment. 1 minute. It's on the addendum.
Oh, you're on the addendum.
And, okay, and we have a motion on that by Ms. Walker and seconded by Mr. Ferretti.
This is an amendment to the Hotel Motel Tax Grant Agreement voted by this body, CQPK 21, ending in 15. The grantee received $20,000. It was approved last August 16, 2022. The grantee has asked for their request to be amended to accommodate storage rental fees, miscellaneous printing equipment and supplies, and craft and art materials. The amendment only extends the term end date to April 30th, 2023 from October 31st, 2022. There was a delay in their board hiring a part-time administrative help to make use of the funds that had been previously granted. So this is just an amendment so that they can then justify their expenditures.
All right, any questions? All right, all those in favor of number 205, please so indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? What's your next one?
206-23,
Okay,
Mid-Island.
Okay, so your next item is
206-23.
206, which is authorizing a grant agreement between the County of Nassau, Department of Parks, and the Mid-Island Y Jewish Community Center. And motion is made by Mr. McKevitt and seconded by Mr. Ridgey Witten. Go on, please.
please.
This hotel motel tax grant agreement is between the county and the Mid-Island Y Jewish Community Center. It is for a $10,000 grant to facilitate an upgrade to the fire alarm system to accommodate new county and town of Oyster Bay codes. The agreement term is for 1 year, retroactive to May 1st, 2023, and the funding source is the hotel motel tax grant fund.
Any questions? Okay, thank you. All those in
Thank you.
favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? That item is unanimous. Next item is number 187, which is transfer of appropriations, and motion is made by Ms. DeRicci Witten, seconded by Ms. Bino. Andy?
Good afternoon. Item 187 is a board transfer to maximize grant reimbursement in the amount of $10,877 between grant object codes.
Okay. Any questions? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The rest of those, the other two more are yours as well?
188 is mine.
Yeah. 188.
And 203 I have.
And, well, let's do
It's on the addendum.
203 on the addendum. And 203 on the addendum, which is another transfer of appropriation. Motion on those two items made by Mr. McKevitt, seconded by Ms. Walker. Go on, please.
Good afternoon. Item 188 is a transfer of appropriations from ARPA funds for revenue loss. As a result of the debt ceiling vote, we had some extensive conversations, myself and the county executive, about not having obligated funds, and it became quite frightening at the 11th hour that some of this money might have been repealed back. So this is our attempt to protect the assets of the county. I know there's ongoing discussions between the legislature and the county executive as far as what the dollar figure will be, but we do have justification for $455 million of revenue loss. We're only taking a portion of that with this transfer. So
how much is available in total?
It's a little bit more than that. It's almost $300 million is what I will say. So, and there's some programs that we still have out there that are active. But that being said, there's some ongoing discussions about how we're going to do some of the dispersion of the money from different programs that we may come up with. So I would imagine that before the full legislature, this item may be changed.
I would imagine so. Any questions? All right, and the next one?
Item 203 is a combination of board transfers and supplemental appropriations into the general fund budget. It basically is moving around some money. We've had some higher costs in our daycare program at social services and our safety net program. In addition to that, that's 90% reimbursable. There's some money for early intervention because we've seen higher costs and higher incidences, or caseloads, I should say. And then the other big component is there's a rate increase for 18B that's funded through the state, but they got an attorney of the day program. Rates went up, so we have to supplementally appropriate in order for us to spend it. And there's a few other little items for utilities and a couple other small things. So.
Okay, good. Any questions? Okay, all those in favor of 188 and 203, please so indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Those items are unanimous. Thank you, Andy.
Thank you.
Number 189 is another transfer of appropriations, and motion on that is made by Ms. Bino, seconded by Mr. McKevitt.
Good afternoon, William Field, Inspector with the Police Department. Item 189-23 is to reprogram funds to the appropriation to match the available funds. We are going to actually appropriate $19,142,000 from our general expense line to our equipment line. And this is part of the UASI grant, Urban Area Security Initiative.
Do we have any questions on this item? Hearing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? That item is unanimous. Thank you. Number 192 is an ordinance to adopt the budget for the community college, and the motion on that is made by Ms. Bino, seconded by Ms. Walker.
Good afternoon. The college budget, as proposed, does not ask for an increase in taxes in any way from the county, nor does it increase tuition for our students. It is paramount that we continue to offer a very high-quality education at an affordable cost, and as such, we have done that for financial year 24 as proposed.
Any questions? All those in favor, please say aye. Any? Sheila, you have a question? Go. I'm sorry. Go on.
Hi. I'm sorry. It's not a question. It's a statement more. More of a statement. Just stating for the record that we're going to tee the item up, but there were some questions that remain unanswered, and so until which time we have, those questions, we will tee it up. But we expect to have them by the full edge so that we can make a more informed decision. Yes. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else? All those in favor, once again, please say aye. Any opposed? Okay, that's unanimous. Thank you. I'm told that there's an additional consent item, and that would be number 195. Sufficient debate and discussion has previously been had in other committees. Therefore, all those in favor of 195, please so indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay. Now, let's see, on the addendum, did we do 194? Yes, we did. That was a consent item before. Yeah. All right. On the addendum, we have one more item, then we have executive. All right, 197 is a resolution authorizing the County of Nassau to file an application for federal assistance with the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. Mr. McKevitt makes such a motion, and Ms. Bino seconds it.
Good afternoon. I'm Teresa Dukes. I'm Chief Deputy at the Office of Community Development, and I prepare the annual action plan yearly for HUD. This is Nassau County's fiscal year 2023 action plan.
Your button. No, press the red button.
Okay.
There you go.
I'm pressing it, but it's not turning red. Thank you. This is an annual requirement by HUD.
You've got to study this for a while.
Yeah. Well, if everybody doesn't realize, I'm not Kevin Crean. He's usually here. Unfortunately, he left the county, so here I am.
But now you know.
Now I do. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you so much. So again, this is a HUD requirement for entitlement communities. This way, HUD had allocated 3 pots of money, and we're applying for that. So this is what the action plan is. So we're asking the legislature for approval for that.
Okay. Any questions? All right. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay. That item is unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, I'm going to call a number of items together, which will require executive session. Number 171, 172, 173, 174, and on the addendum, 170. Okay, and that motion on those items is made by Ms. Walker and seconded by Ms. Durigi-Witten. Now I'm going to take a motion for executive session, and that's made by Mr. Ferretti, and it is seconded by Mr. McKevitt. All those in favor of going into executive session, please say aye. Any opposed? Okay, we are going to executive session, to which the members of the Rules Committee who are not on this committee are also invited. Wait, to come back 1 second. Which one did I miss? So I did. I have to call a few more. Numbers 123, 124, 167, 168, and 169. Motion on that is made by Ms. Durigi-Witten, and I didn't say 170? I did get one. Motion on those are made by Ms. Durigi-Witten, seconded by Mr. McKevitt. motion for executive session is made by Mr. McKevitt and seconded by Ms. Walker. All those in favor of executive session on those, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, we're going to executive session. All right, on the record, as far as number 170, Legislator McKevitt is recusing himself, will not participate in the debate or discussion or the vote. Okay, the first item we're going to consider now on our vote is number 170, and I'll note once again that Legislator McKevitt is not in the room and is not participating in this vote. All those in favor of number 170, please say aye. 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 Any opposed? Okay, number 170 is passed. And someone invite Legislator McKevitt back. Here he is. Okay. Okay, now we'll take a vote on numbers 171, 172, 173, 174. And on the addendum, numbers 123, 124, 167, 168, 169. All those in favor of those items, please say aye. Any opposed? Okay, those items pass unanimously. Legislator McKevitt moves to adjourn. Legislator Walker seconds it. All those in favor of adjourning, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? We're adjourned, and we're back to rules.
Call the Rules Committee back into order. We have a consent calendar, items that went through committee a few moments ago. That it's been agreed that we need no further discussion on these items at this time. Call them all together. First, actually, before we do that, motion to suspend the rules, moved by Deputy Presiding Officer Coppell, seconded by Legislator Schaefer. All in favor of suspending the rules signify by saying aye. Those opposed, rules are suspended. Okay, here we go. 171, 172, 173, 174, 176, 177, 180, 182, 186, 187, 188, 189, 190, 191, 192, 193, 194, 195, 196. That's the main calendar, the addendum. 123, 124, 167, 168, 169, 170, 197, 203, 204, 205, and 206. Which one? If I didn't call it, call a couple moments. I did call 182? Let's see. Oh, you're right. Actually, I called 182. We're just going to remove that one from the list. Otherwise, any debate or discussion on the items that I did call? Any public comment? All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? They carry unanimously. So we're going to do 178 and 181. These are resolutions authorizing the county executive to execute intermunicipal agreements with the Levittown Public Library, as well as the Atlantic Beach Fire District. Motion by legislator Giuffre, seconded by legislator Schaefer. Any debate or discussion? Public comment? All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? Carries unanimously. I'm going to call 179. Legislator Bino is going to recuse, leave the chamber, and not participate in any debate or discussion. 179 is a resolution authorizing the county executive to execute an intermunicipal agreement with the city of Long Beach in relation to the purchase of a Zamboni. Motion by legislator Schaefer, seconded by legislator DeRidge Whitten. Any debate or discussion? Public comments? All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? That carries unanimously. Have Sheila come back. 182 is a resolution authorizing the county executive to execute an amendment to an intermunicipal agreement with the town of Hempstead in relation to the project to continue to conduct monitoring and habitat management of piping plover nesting. Motion by Deputy Presiding Officer Coppell, seconded by legislator Schaefer. Hello, Darcy.
Hi, Darcy Bellier, Parks Commissioner. Presenting the second amendment to the intermunicipal agreement between the county and the town of Hempstead. This IMA allows the town of Hempstead to continue to conduct monitoring and habitat management of piping plover and other endangered birds that nest at Nickerson Beach. We're exercising the second of two one-year renewals with the term ending December 31st, 2023, and the cost to the county is $12,000 paid out of the general fund.
Okay. Any questions? No? Thank you.
Thank you.
Any debate or discussion? Any public comments? All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? Carries unanimously. We have several items on the addendum. I'm going to call all the CRPs together: 198, 199, 200, 201, 207, and 208. These are all resolutions authorizing the county executive to execute intermunicipal agreements with various municipalities. Motion by Minority Leader Abraham, seconded by Deputy Presiding Officer Coppell. Any debate or discussion? Public comment? All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? It carries unanimously. 202, it's a resolution authorizing the county executive to execute an amendment to a municipal cooperation agreement between the county and the town of Hempstead to provide lifeguard and first aid services at Nickerson Beach for the swimming pools. Oh, I need a motion. Motion by legislator Bino, seconded by legislator DeRidge Whitten.
Darcy Bellier again. This is the first amendment to the IMA between the county and the town of Hempstead. It's been in place since 2020 and provides for the town of Hempstead to provide lifeguard and first aid services at Nickerson Beach oceanfront. This amendment will allow the town of Hempstead to again provide lifeguard and first aid services at the two pools at Nickerson Beach Park. The term remains in the initial 2021 four-year renewal period and will expire on September 10th, 2024. The cost to the county will not exceed $474,192 per year and will be paid out of the general fund. The county's vendor that operates Nickerson Beach for us now will reimburse the county for the portion of this total amount that applies to pool lifeguarding and first aid, approximately $170,000, which is obviously weather dependent. This reimbursement will take place via a pending service agreement, which will come before you in July.
Okay. Any debate or discussion? Sure. Legislator DeRidge Whitten.
Hi. How are we with lifeguards? Has it been a problem still?
We're having problems. I think everybody is. We've conducted a lot of training. We're actually going to have a meeting tomorrow morning. We're going to be busing some of our 15 and 16-year-olds to other pool locations from near where they live so that we can make sure that we have full staff everywhere.
I just got a text, and I don't know if it's because of lifeguards, but is that what's happening with Christopher Morley?
Christopher Morley is going to be closed because of the cost of the renovations that are required.
Oh, okay.
And we're actually going to be posting other options there and looking to see what we can do to change that park, brighten it up quite a bit.
So do you expect it to be closed for this season?
Probably
or-
closed permanently. The usage there is under 1,000 people.
Okay, all right, well, we don't have to, I thought maybe it was lifeguards, I didn't know.
No,
Okay.
no. We can
I
talk
guess we could
further if
talk
you'd
on
like.
it, or we should probably have something at some point. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Any other questions for Darcy? No. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any debate or discussion? Public comment? All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? Carries unanimously. Motion to adjourn. Legislator Schaefer, Deputy Presiding Officer Coppell, all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. We're adjourned.